All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, I forgot to change my Discord status. There we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good. How the heck are you still awake? Sworn into Lords. That's right. Let's see. Hello, Amaya. Have a good nap. Thanks for being here. Get some good sleep. Hello, Cheeky. Hello, London. Oh, the bouncing is going. That's right. I turned it on for your birthday bash, I think. Let's see. Nope. No animation. There we go. No bouncy. It is very serious. I was gonna snooze more, but streams called me. Oh, you could have snoozed more. You had a late night. Alright. Let's see. So oh, it's okay, I had to get ready for my own. Yeah, that's true. Alright. So, hello. This is a second session of my Lordsworn game. Zoom out a little. Alright. Is the music too loud? Or is the music good? Oh, sorry, I had to clear my throat. Music seems fine? Alright, cool. And of course an ad starts. Okay, well, I guess I'll just put some lotion on my hands and continue drinking my orange juice. I'm injecting vitamin C into my bloodstream. Body has no idea how to handle it. It hasn't seen this much vitamin C in a long time, which is not good. Yeah. Gonna be pretty chill. I mean, it might be sad. I don't know. I'm gonna do my best to keep all 5 of these characters alive. Okay. I got my dice. Let me... Actually, I gotta drag this whole table over. Okay. This is my discard pile. My played cards, and then this is the characters I have left. Itchy. Let me... Tucked it over there. Okay, cool. Ad break is finishing. Excuse me. Yeah. Still got sleep in my throat. Alright, so session 1 of Lordsworn. Oh, I had it over there. Okay. So session 1 of Lordsworn We did the first two phases of the game. The first two phases are basically setting up the world. Your god that has died in battle, your captain that has died in battle, the same battle, and then who are the remaining surviving members of your Lordsworn company. And since we are playing solo, we get 5 of them. So I'll just go and do a little recap. Okay. So in Lordsworn, the whole concept is that you are, you have a company of Lordsworn who have sworn their lives in service to a deity. Ours happens to be Thoaris the Golden, god of the sun, representing order, joy, and the arts. And the motive for war, Thoaris knows there is no joy to be found in war except by the damned and the lost. It is best to end this misery quickly, he thought, than to prolong the suffering of his followers in the world. So there must be like some other kind of war going on, and with other deities involved, most likely. And Thoaris didn't like seeing everybody suffer, so he stepped in and then got killed. And then his death on the world, the effect of his death on the world, the sun barely crests the horizon, limping across the sky like a wounded animal, staining it in the pinks and oranges of its blood. So the sun doesn't rise very high anymore. Excuse me. And then the god mark upon our body is the written laws of our home that cover our flesh like tattoos, glowing brightly when you act justly and according to their precepts, and steering you when you act against them. So we have tattoos. And then our home is called Dalenkin. It is famous for the Laughing Hills, a series of low, rolling hills that produce an almost childlike giggle and mirth when the wind blows through them, a byproduct of the local tall grasses. It was also known for the Sun Gate, an archway marking the border of your home, where a pathway to the heart of your home is illuminated on the day and time Thoaris first marked the boundaries of the city's grounds. Overall, sounds like a pretty pleasant place to live. Our captain is named, or was named, because he has fallen, Aurelius. Excuse me. Who was named by Cheeky. Cheeky redeemed the lore redeem, name a lore redeem, where you can spend, what was it? I gotta check my own. 1,000 stars to name a piece of lore. Close that window. Oh, I forgot to pin the message. 1 second, y'all. I forgot to link the game in chat. There we go. Anyway, so our captain was named Aurelius, who was known to be a kind leader who led from the front and personally knew those who served them. And the followers were similarly caring and loyal. Our company symbol is a stalwart tower. Our colors are yellow and purple. And the motto is united against any storm. Well, we are definitely going through a storm since our god has fallen. Okay, and as for our Lordsworn characters, Some of these don't have names yet, but we did get some details of one last night, or yesterday afternoon. We have a wandering spellblade. We have a lady cog, who is named by atomic sorcery. Thanks again. I'll get to that one in a moment. We have Michelle, named by London Station, who is a flowing water dancer. Lady Cog is also the grizzled veteran. We have an innocent greenhorn, who is rapidly losing their innocence. And then we have Atticus, the hopeful herald, named so by of Sleeping Bears, aka Nick. Many thanks to Nick, who crowdfunded in its entirety a package of socks for me. I get socks. Yay. I need socks. You know you're an adult when you realize the value of socks. Just throwing that out there. But yay. So Nick funded my socks on my throne. And you can see the command there on the screen. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't fix Ko-Fi.
Cheeky Ghost just subscribed for 2 months. Let's go.
Bro. You didn't have to. One second. Is that a hype train? Or is that... I just saw the purple banner. Guess not. Thank you, buddy. Well, I'll get back to you on that. Just one moment. Yeah. So yeah, Nick got me socks. And so the hopeful herald is now named Atticus. Goes by he, him pronouns. And if you make a contribution, you get to do a little bit more than just simply naming. And for Nick, he got to describe the character. So Atticus has usually a calm demeanor in terms of personality, and he has auburn hair, green eyes, and a crooked smile. So sounds very handsome. And that is the hopeful herald. So now I have a lot more details to work with if Atticus appears in an event, and considering I only have 2 Lordsworn available for the next event, that will be interesting. Alright, so now Cheeky, since you just subscribed while I'm live and stuff, let's see. You could have... Oh my. Your son. You could have... You could describe a personality trait for either... Or, not personality trait, because we already got one of those. A physical trait for Aurelius, the fallen captain. In case that comes up anywhere in the game. Because, you know, a couple characters, like, all of them have served under the captain. So the captain, like, should have, you know, like, the captain's death has impacted the company alongside the death of the god. Because they have no leader, basically. And then, like, the hopeful herald, his keepsake is the dagger of the dead captain. So I think that the captain, even though the captain is dead, could still come up frequently in the game or something. So you could describe a physical like a couple of physical traits of Aurelius, or you could name the Wandering Spellblade. And you can think on that while I continue my recap. All right, so the game is the third phase of the game is the journey home. The journey home consists of 4 weeks with 2 events per week. And in the first session, I started week 1 and got through the first event. So we didn't get too far into the actual journey. And the tone of event 1 is that we're unaware. Oh, here we go. Hot details about Aurelius. Let me move over here. Aurelius has a broken nose that healed wrong and a dent in his head from a near fatal injury. He avoided death that day, but not this day. Ah, that's beautiful. I'm gonna assume he, him for this because I didn't mark that before. Cool. I just typed that word for word because that was excellent. So thank you, Cheeky. I don't know if I should count subs as the contributions, but yeah, we're working that out. This is a new thing. Just kind of playing it by ear and seeing how it works out, what doesn't work out. I thought it would be really cool to leave some gaps in some of these characters. It also definitely incentivizes me to keep all of them alive. Okay, so event 1. Oh, hello, killer. Good morning. I am sitting straight, nice and proper. I will stretch my hands and wrists. Could we use a routine to keep a character alive? No. It kind of depends because, like, for the wounds, it says that if you get 3 wounds on a character, they're out of the action. And it says that it's up to you how, or like what that means. So they could be dead, but they could also just be not useful. I'm still recovering from last night's insanity. Oh yeah? How long did y'all keep going? I had to go to bed. Yeah, I had to get into bed. The cats were wanting bedtime dinner and my brain capacity was dropping. Went to bed with the day. Oh no. The pain? Oh dear. Oh boy. I'm gonna drink a little more coffee. I put a little, maybe a little too much creamer in it, and the creamer is coconut. So I am extra nutty today. The infinite unending pain. Hee. I do like how I did it on purpose, but I do like how my talking mask kind of looks a little teehee. Yeah. I don't know, after many streams of ImpZack, this is pretty chill. Yeah, well, I mean, like, this is a serious game. It's very serious. Our characters could die. Michelle could die. London. I would do my best not to let Michelle die. I bring the imp out of them. Yeah, this is true. We definitely bounce off of each other. Pilot light. Pilot light? What is that? Oh! Oh, thanks, Killer.
Killer Flame gifted a tier 1 subscription to London Station.
Thanks. Is actually, now that I think about it, are my badges working? Oh, also, Killer, I see you got the monk. The cycle monk. Monkey. I have subscriber badges now. I don't know if they're working. No one is using them. Well, my bot has one. Founders won't have them. Aw. Oh well, that's fine. Let's see, because I did it for Cheeky. Just trying to figure out where my prime sub went and then realized our prime got cancelled. Killer, if you'd like. Actually, it would be kind of fun. So London had named this character the Flowing Water Dancer, who fights with a moon crescent glaive. Why did I say if? So London had named this character Michelle, she, her. If you'd like, you could describe a physical feature, a physical trait about this character, and then that would be kind of fun. As thanks for your contribution. And if you're up for that, you can just let me know when you think of something, and then I can add it to our character card. Alright, so session 1, week 1, event 1, with the theme of unaware. I had rolled monastery for an entity, hopeful for an adjective, and then building for an action. Butch's bread, but he's time to wake up. Yeah, it's all good, no rush. I used, let's see, I used Michelle in this event, which means I won't be able to use her in the next event. So, you got some time. And I think I'll just go ahead and read it, because this was kind of a short scene. So, the journey home began with silence. like a pause after a dramatic moment in a story weaver's tale, and they were just waiting for the next part to be delivered. The sun had risen, but remained low to the horizon, impossibly low, as if heavy with what happened the previous day. But the company didn't think about it, and every member could be seen averting their eyes from it any time their direction faced the sun. The monastery appeared on a hill like a friend-long mist. It wasn't dedicated to Thorwaris. The very name caused a stab to pain, which was quickly shoved out of mind and ignored, but instead dedicated to Lodix. The people of the monastery were flitting about the hill, erecting canopies at the base of it and forming a steady stream up and down the slope with supplies and materials. It was an aid camp, as evident by the cots lined in neat rows, which were becoming occupied rapidly as the company approached. "Greetings!" A cleric looked up at their arrival with a friendly smile that faltered upon seeing the herald's banner. "Oh, you lot are of Thorwaris, are you? Come. Take your rest in the monastery. We have things well in hand here." The company is led up the hill and into the monastery proper. People continue to bustle about, but the air of hopeful busyness was infectious. Those devoted to Lodix knew their work and duties, and didn't hesitate to perform them when they were needed. "Wake up, time to report to hair and makeup." "Everybody put on makeup." I can't. I don't remember the exact words. I don't even know if that was recognizable. I think I just broke Zach. Nah. So for the Lordsworn that took part in this event, I drew Innocent Greenhorn, Lady Cog, and Michelle. So Lady Cog surveyed the organized chaos, which clearly served a purpose and displayed an intent to carry it out. "Those 6 people continue to do good work," she hummed in approval. "Aye, as much as they seem to dally about in the forests and crypts, they know how to help when it's needed," Michelle agreed. "Oh, I see they've been working on a surgery unit within that hall over there. That'll be helpful, though I wonder how they'll get those who need such care up that hill." Lady Cog and Michelle discussed the logistics thoughtfully, but Innocent Greenhorn wanted to scream. No one was talking about it. Why was nobody talking about it? They had all seen what happened. They felt it. The Greenhorn's tattoos, which had once felt like liquid gold upon their skin, a priceless adornment that made their hearts sing when exposed to the light of the sun or when others looked upon them, now felt like a brand of death. The rest of the company couldn't look at the Greenhorn. Their eyes slid away, as if in shame. But the shame was nothing compared to the silence about it. It being the death of their god and captain. And so I had rolled for the resolution. Someone bumped Innocent Greenhorn. There was a hasty apology, but in their aggravated state, the Greenhorn shoved the offender with the full brunt of their frustration, sending the person into Lady Cog. It was just one of Lodix's people, but the person was carrying a box of implements for the surgery unit. Thrown off guard, Lady Cog was unable to react in time, and the pair fell to the ground. Michelle quickly gave them aid, helping the devotee up first, then swore under her breath when she turned to Lady Cog. Something sharp had sliced across Lady Cog's cheek, which was bleeding profusely. There was a flurry of activity and noise as other devotees came running over and then running off to fetch bandages and water, as the person who had been carrying the box of implements was scolded for not having the sharper tools covered in sheaths or wraps. Innocent Greenhorn stood off to the side, briefly forgotten and horrified. They didn't mean for this to happen, didn't they? Nothing felt sure anymore. The wound on Lady Cog's face was worse than it seemed. It was mostly a flesh wound, But it hadn't been just one cut. It was several smaller cuts. It was suspected that a bundle of small knives or delicate surgeries had fallen upon her face, resulting in a bit of a mangled mess on her cheek. It would take a long time to heal while they were on the road, and speaking, eating, or even smiling would cause her pain even after the wounds closed. So basically what I had in mind was that it was like dropping like sharp razor blades. Oh, figured out why I didn't have the service cycle song badge. Turns out it's an emote. Ow! Aw, cute. Aw. Our Mouse and Connor. That's so cute. So yeah, my idea was that it was like dropping razor blades, which are like nice and sharp, and even though they just like lightly touched the skin because, you know, they don't weigh that much, it was because they're so sharp, they still kind of like sliced up the cheek, and it's in the area where there's a lot of little blood vessels, you know, the ones that make you blush, like make your cheeks go dark when you blush. So like you had a dozen of these cuts on her face. Alright, so oh, I saw what Cheeky said. Zach karaoke stream went. I did. I don't know, but it wouldn't have System of a Down on it. Yeah, I don't know. I would probably have to do that kind of thing on a Sunday. If only so that my upstairs neighbors don't hear. See, we could do London karaoke. London could do karaoke. London karaoke is more like we get a free concert. Zach karaoke is just gonna be, how much money do you have to give them to make them quiet? It's like an anti-karaoke stream. Alright. Oh, Alejandra's birthday. Oh, you're gonna sing it in Spanish. Oh, snap. That's cool. See, I can't roll my tongue, so I kind of butcher Spanish. Cheeky just looks at me in pity. Alright, so we are going to set up week 2. Let's copy this. Well, it's week 1 still, but it's event 2. Let's see. So now the theme is panicked. So the way I'm gonna interpret panicked. Oh, here we go. Michelle has burn scars up the right side of her body, blossoming in places to vibrant, almost floral coloration. When she moves too quickly, she can still feel the tightened skin pull ever so slightly, a constant reminder of a painful past. Ah, that's beautiful. Quickly. Alright, this is what I thought. That's awesome. Nah, that's okay. I know you're mobile. Excellent. That definitely works. I love this. This was a great idea. Oop, I don't want the arrow. Gotta work my fire motif in. Yeah. Awesome. And also even funnier because she's the flowing water dancer. So at some point she got burned. It's like a poetic irony there. That's so great. Woohoo! I will do my best to keep her alive. Alright, so event 2, it might be why she's a flowing water dancer. Yeah, possibly, yeah. Yeah, maybe she incurred the burn trauma before she started training, like maybe when she was really young. And then in response to that, maybe she started training to be a water dancer. Makes sense you'd find peace and purpose in water when fire has literally scorned you. Yeah. That's so good. That's so good. Your brain woke up and was like, I got this. So the first theme was kind of the theme of week 1 is sort of like shock, disbelief, and then the first event was unaware, kind of like you're unaware of what this is, how this is going to impact the world now, because yeah, they lost their captain and they lost their god, but like the death of the captain is just like, you know, that's the death of a mortal, but the death of a god is something with far greater impact. Much like dessert goes in a different stomach, character creation uses a different brain. Exactly. See, Cheeky? I do have a separate stomach for cookies. And so we're going to continue with that theme of kind of like the disbelief. But now we're getting signs of panic. And so I will roll on the panic table. It says that you could just roll a d4. There's 2 different tables for each trait, but and did you just roll and then you decide which one appeals to you. But this is my first time playing this game, so I'm just using a D8. That explains how they could throw back a whole pack of them. Look. I'm not going to deny it. I could be a cookie monster when the urge strikes me. Alright, I got 2. So entity is a fort. 4. Jaded. Another 4. Praying. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. There we go. So, entity is a fort. Adjective is jaded. Action, praying. Okay, and then... So, I prepare the event. I assigned value. Now I choose who it is. Let's see, I'm just reading because I'm supposed to draw 3 Lordsworns. But I only got 2 cards left. So I'm just reading. If you cannot draw because your Lordsworn deck is empty, shuffle your discarded Lordsworns to make a new deck. So I would think that I would draw these first, shuffle these 3, and then draw that. I'm just gonna shuffle these. Not that I really know who is in what order. This almost makes me want to play. Like, I know solo players play with 5 Lordsworn, but it does kind of make me want to play with, like, a bigger deck. I feel like I could, I feel like I could get really, like, I could really dig deep in this game. And that's just from, like, the first session. I was like, oh man, I can see, like, where I could do some serious world building and really craft for myself, like, this whole journey. Like, it almost makes me want to write a book. Like, to use the game to write a book. Or, not, if not a book, then at least, like, a short story or something. I don't know. I would, in the future, I don't have concrete ideas yet, but in the future, I would like to write, like, a short story of some kind based on stuff that I did in a stream, but I haven't just figured out what to do it. Yeah, maybe. Zach loathed and co-writing stream. Yeah, because I think it would be fun if we did, if I did some kind of prompt stream or something, or something. I haven't figured it out yet. I would like to try doing some kind of, like, little, I don't know. Yeah, not really a donathon or anything, but I guess it would be my birthday. My birthday's in June. Zach Cheeky London Sunday morning writing stream. Yeah, Cheeky. Drag Cheeky in here. Let me go pull her out of bed. Oh, so I need so there's my Lordsworn. I'd be down to participate, something like that too. Obviously, I'm less serious writer person, but big on creative prompts. Yeah, we all just get into Discord call and just quietly write and pop in with like ideas and pitches. Yeah, yeah. 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 It would depend on what it is I'm writing. If it's top level detail stuff, perhaps. Like, obviously I can write to a degree while talking and engaging with people, because that's what I'm doing here on stream and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah. I would have to Zach no. No. No, I don't hate it. It's just that I can't, my brain sometimes becomes a one-way. Yeah. It's why sometimes I'll just go like completely dead silent while I'm writing up the game entries. Yeah. I can't some things, but when like the part of my brain that has to like process the verbal words coming into the brain, and the part of my brain that turns words inside the brain to output into the writing don't agree with each other. They're like two managers that hate each other. The stream I'm envisioning would have so much silence. Yeah. But yeah, my original idea though was like something to do with prompts, where people would give me prompts, and then I would write a short story with those prompts. Okay, let's see. So last time I had actually set up the scene before involving the Lordsworn. But I should probably do it all together this time. Oh. Let's see, how was it? There we go. That's how you nest. And then how did I... Okay, so I just linked... Oh, so this time we got 8. The 8 of spades. Oh, look at that. It's Michelle. And then I know the Hopeful Herald, and then the 9. Alright, so Wandering Spellblade, and then the Hopeful Herald. Alright. Click with the keyboard just yeah. Alright guys, I do actually need to use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Bye, London. I really missed her. Okay, let's see. I'm at BRB. Oh, alright. Yeah, serious. Yeah, serious. Whatever, what Cheeky said, yeah. Okay, let me just put some lotion on my hands. Alright, so we got Fort, Jaded, Rain. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I might do some productivity things in the Discord server. Like, I got stuff I need to work on. Let's see, I'm just, now I'm just thinking about the event here. Let's see, let's see. I'm wise enough to know when the vibe don't fit, but also gremlin enough to squeeze into mini vibes. Alright, so for this fort, I think like it could be could still be a fort belong like it could be belong to Lodix still. Like we came upon their monastery, and now this could be the fort for their forces. I'm gonna look up the definition of jaded real quick. Just to fully acquaint myself with the adjective. Hmm. Jaded green and rocklight. Okay. This is not enough. Because I got fortune, I got praying, but I'm just thinking about how to work in jaded. And keeping in mind that the theme of this event is panicked. Okay, the description for week 2 says that the winds speak of change and the ground beneath you lurches more frequently as the world starts to wake up to the death of multiple gods in the cataclysm. So it says multiple gods, which means our god was not the only one to fall in that battle. So, thinking this fort is held by Lodix. Lodix has not died. That deity is still alive. But perhaps we are not the first to arrive. Sounds like a good time to panic. Oh yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna go up to the gods list. And I'm gonna find out who. It's like I'm thinking there's gonna be another group, like another company of Lordsworn, but they're sworn to a different god. And I'm gonna see who they belong to, and then kind of off of vibes, also determine, are they, like, were they enemies to us or were they allies? Or were they like kind of like a third party force or something? I'll just roll a d8. Oh, I got an 8. Nestix the Quiet. Oh, look at that. Goddess of Writing. Goddess of Writing, Clockwork, Darkness, and Winter. Oh. And now she's dead. She's dead too. Need a little bit more lotion on my hands. Oh, an ad break is starting soon. Alright. Let's see. Where? Yeah, oof. Well, we were sworn to Thoaris, god of the sun, order, joy, and the arts. Writing is related to the arts. So I would think that these two were probably allied, seeing as how the arts and writing are, you know, similar, related to each other and all that jazz. Henceforth, all stories will be cave paintings. Hey, they stuck around. Those cave paintings. They lasted. The company left the monastery the next day. They felt uneasy being in the middle of the war relief efforts. Tension was starting to build as everyone desperately tried to ignore the events of the prior day, which were being referred to as the cataclysm, in whispers and slips of the tongue. While the people of the monastery were kind enough to help the company, it was clear they weren't equipped to deal with their wound, a gaping hole left where the divine light used to reside. And as the sun once again refused to rise over the horizon, that gaping hole was beginning to ache. Sometime around midday, the company approached the fort, another establishment held by Lodix's people. However, the company quickly realized they were not the first company to arrive. A banner of red and gold stood tall over a couple of tents, the symbol of Nestix proudly displayed. First, the company's hearts lifted, until they remembered that Nestix, too, had fallen during the cataclysm, shortly after Thoaris. They opted to skirt past the tents, avoiding contact with any of their occupants, and headed inside the fort. The guard posted at the front greeted them, but unlike the monastery, where people had open faces with clear intent to take care of those who needed, this devotee was cold and closed off. "State your business," he said, almost with a bored drawl. "We're traveling home to Dalinkin. Might we take a rest here, under protection of Lodix?" Michelle asked. Alright, so I think here I will do the resolution roll. Let's see. I'll just leave Michelle's name there. Alright. Oh my gosh. To dictionary. To dictionary. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now I roll 3d4 for Lordsworn. I get my little danger pyramids. Ow. One poked me already. It's probably this one. This one is extra pointy. Nice sharp edged dice. Has a little liquid center. And little koi fish. Camera cannot focus. The set was a Christmas gift from my sister and her husband. Okay, so we'll roll for Wandering Spellblade first. Oh, that's not good. A 2, 1, and a 4. Okay. So now I assign those values to success, failure, wounds, or morale. So the highest one is a 4. So basically I got 1 positive and 2 negatives, and now I need to decide which category gets the positive and which ones get the negative. maybe no wounds. And then I got a 2 and a 1, so I'll put the 1 for failure. And for morale, I'll put the 2. Oh, well, I guess they're both kind of equivalent, but that's okay. So -1 to morale. I'll just tally them all up. Okay, so now I'll roll for Atticus. Also not that good. Another 2, 1, and then a 3. So I got a 3. I'd like to avoid taking wounds. But then we're starting to risk morale, because we don't want morale to hit 0 either. Because zero morale would be also game over. Okay, so I'll put the 3 for 0 morale loss. And then I guess we are going to take 1 wound for Atticus. And then another failure. So hopefully I roll a positive. More positives. But either way, I'm going to have more failures than successes, so I'll have to roll on the event failure table for additional repercussions. But I have a 50% chance of having no additional effect from the repercussion table. So, fingers crossed. Alright, so let's roll for Michelle. Oh, yes. Straight 3s. Okay, so I'll still have to roll in the failure table. But then... I should make these the same. Morale failure. 1 wound. So it's gonna be around 0. Success. Oop. And then 0 wounds. And result. Oh. Yeah. Failure. Now I just roll a d4. Oh, these are so hard to pick up. Eh. What's that? Oh my god, I got a 3. Yay! Hurrah! Because the failure on here, if you get a 1, that's -2 morale, which is a big ouch. And then a negative, or if you rolled a 2, you get 1 wound to each Lordsworn in a spotlight. Okay, so now I gotta tally up everything, so I need to lose 1 morale. Oh, just looking scary already, because we're already at 6. And Atticus takes 1 wound. Oh no. I'm sorry, Nick. Okay, and now I write the closing narration. So clearly this does not go well. But I think this works because I didn't invoke the praying part of the event just yet. Which I probably should have, but that's okay because I know how to work this in now. Just swapping my empty coffee mug for my water bottle. I was making my schedule and commissions post, but I can't believe the goddess of writing is dead. Yeah. Yep. After we were getting so hyped about our writing group. Yeah. I know. Funny how that worked, huh? I mean, it works out for my session, but the timing of it is really funny. Wadded. That should be a word. I forgot how to spell the name. Was it Vetix? Where'd it go? Nestix. Might have to make a cheat sheet. Oh. Okay. 1 second. I just remembered that we took a wound and I need to roll for the wound. But so I'll go ahead and read this. Alright. So ours, yeah? The guard huffed. In with you then. The church is over yonder. You can check in with the head priest there. The company did as instructed, finding the church with ease, and the head priest was just as easy to locate. After shallow attempts at pleasantries, the priest gestured at them to wait in the main worship hall with the others. The company, beginning to tire of do this and go there, reluctantly trod into the hall, only to find the followers of Nestix there. Most of them were kneeling in front of the altar. It may have been dedicated to Lodix, but everyone knew that deities could hear supplications from anywhere, and it always felt better to pray in front of an altar than without. The prayers were laced with desperate sobs, fear, and anguish. There were 2 company members standing off to the side, blankly staring up at the statue of Lodix. Another sat on the floor, head in their hands, with their legs bent so their knees shielded them from the world. This was Thoaris' fault. Atticus whipped his head around, surprised by a venomous voice towards his left. One of Nestix's people had approached from the shadows. The woman's face was contorted with anger, and damp with tears not yet dried. Meddling in the war was Thoaris' idea, not ours, and now she is dead, the woman hissed. The world shakes, the ground groans. Godblood burns the grass, sours the soil. Doom is upon us all, and it is all because of you. Alright, so Atticus takes a wound, and I need to determine some details about the wound. Let's see, how did I... Okay, so I just simply typed it next to the checkbox. I'm here, D4. Okay. Okay, I got a 1, a 3, and a 3. So, pretty good. Which part of the body was hurt? How bad is the wound? How complicated is the healing? Okay. So 3, 3, and a 1. I know, it's like, oh, Atticus is so nice. How nice that Nick created Atticus, or gave some details about Atticus, and now I'm like, let's hurt Atticus. Like, fortunately, the severity of the wounds doesn't necessarily mean, like, he'll die or something, because he still has 2 slots left. When he hits the 3rd slot, that's when he becomes, like, incapacitated, not used anymore. So let's see. So I got a 1, which is a pretty bad number. Bad as the wound, it could be severe, or could be, I don't want to say because 1 for part of the body is head, and we had that last time, so I don't want to do head again, which means the wound is either going to be severe or he'll be stuck, like, recovering it from it, or just like dealing with it for life. So 3 is the arms. Ooh. Ooh. I thought of something painful. So Atticus is the hopeful herald, and the herald is basically the banner bearer. Uh-huh. For part of the body, 3 is arms. What do you use to wave a banner? Arms. Okay. So I have another 3. And then I have a 1. So I could go two ways. I could go extra painful or just painful. What do we think? Check something. don't know if I could run a poll. Do we extra painful? You want extra painful? All right. So when I tell Nick what happens, I'll be like, oh, you know, Cheeky said extra painful. I mean, I'm the one who decided though. All right. So this is a wound to an arm. I'm gonna say an arm, in singular, because that's probably all it takes. And it could be worse, but this wound is basically going to impact them for the rest of their life. And then Atticus, or not Atticus, the Wandering Spellblade will cost the company -1 morale for some reason, which I need to go ahead. Did I? Oh, I already docked it. That's right. All right. Oh, let's see. Oh, got a little bit of a hiccup there with the connection. Oh, there it goes. Interesting. I didn't drop any frames, but it... Oh, nope, it's back to yellow. Okay, well, I'll have to monitor that. That's unusual. If the stream starts hitching, someone let me know. It's very odd. Okay, let's see. I wanted to reread Lodix's description. Thank you, Cheeky. this. I want to say, where did I? Okay. Yeah. Alright, so the woman approached Atticus. She's very angry. There was a flash of silver light in the gloom of the worship hall. Atticus felt like he was moving through a fog. He made an attempt to dodge, but fire erupted across his arm, and he stumbled back into Michelle's arms. Wandering Spellblade was in front of Atticus in an instant, and the woman dropped like a sack of flour. The sound of her body hitting the stone floor echoed in the hall, causing a heavy silence to fall upon everyone within it. Within it. What have you done? The head priest had materialized suddenly, their face pale in horror, eyes on the growing pool of blood on the floor. Wandering Spellblade quickly lowered their bloodied halberd, but the damage was done, and irreversible. She attacked us, Wandering Spellblade tried to explain, heart racing in panic. Leave this place, and never return, the head priest ordered. You have defiled our harmony. You are hereby banned from entering any of our sanctuaries. To their credit, or perhaps to the company's selfish fortune, Nestix's people didn't retaliate. They stared numbly as their companion's body was collected by members of the church. Wandering Spellblade was ushered out with the others, but the body of the slain woman was burned into their mind, visible even when their eyes were closed. Outside, the severity of Atticus's wound was made clear. Michelle tutted over him as she did her best to clean it and inspect it. This won't kill you, she said, prying at the long, deep slice on his arm. It's missed anything important that will keep your blood flowing. However, it looks very deep. Can you move your fingers? No, Atticus whispered, face pale with panic and loss of blood. I can't move them. I could feel them, but I can't move them. Despair welled within him. He was the banner bearer, the herald of Thoaris. The banner was a heavy sheet of fabric attached to his glaive, a symbol, not just a weapon. He needed to be able to raise the banner, to instill courage in the others, to show hope to other worshippers of Thoaris, to make him proud. But there was no one to be proud of Atticus. The banner was now the symbol of the dead. Woo. There we go. How'd y'all like that? This is fun because it's very different from my Legends of Azeroth game. Thanks. I'm very interested in hearing Nick's reaction. One word summation. Oof. Thanks. See, I am hoping to have a happy ending, have like a good payoff. But I mean, you know, if we have a unhappy ending, well, at least we went hard. Is it too late to go back to Teehee Let's Smooch Sexy Villains? I might have to resume that soon, that campaign soon. If only just to get it going again and whatnot. Yeah. Thank you. Pretend I'm bowing. But yeah, my hope is that I can win the game and have like a nice, beautiful payoff to the pain. Okay. So that was week 1. Let's see, can I strike these through? because we have completed these. And now we are on week 2, where we continue the theme of panicked. Okay. So, these ones. My discard. So, the next event will have these two, but I need one more card, so I gotta shuffle. But before I reveal it, let's see. So yeah, the wound itself is not too severe. Atticus is not in real risk of dying. However, it did slice some kind of like really important muscle or ligament that controls his fingers. Somehow. I don't know. Don't look at me. I'm not a doctor. But either way, it'll make it very difficult for him to raise his banner, because a glaive is a two-handed polearm, and his banner is attached to that. So it's a pretty heavy thing to wave around. So definitely two-handed. But if he can't move his fingers. Oh, wonderful. Goodbye, arm. Hello, floppy meat noodle. Yeah, it's possible that it could heal over time, but he's gonna be stuck with that for the rest of his life. Like, it would definitely be a long recovery. Okay, so let's go back to the journey phase. Second roll. Yeah, so week 2. First event is panicked, and the second event will be desperate. The winds speak of change, and the ground beneath you lurches more frequently, as the world starts to wake up to the death of multiple gods in the cataclysm. Its effects begin to take root deeper, humanity beginning to turn inwards to weather the oncoming storm, and hope is now a flickering, yet still burning, candle. Right. So we roll on the panicked table again. Ouch. This time the dark blue one stabbed me. Right. 2. Dun, dun. Oh, fort again? I'm gonna roll again because I don't want another fort. 8. Ooh. Nobles. Oh, I feel like this just got worse. Oh no, nobility. 4. Oh, jaded again? Yeah, I'm gonna roll repeats because I don't want. 3. Scared. Oh boy. All right, action. Demanding. Woohoo. Okay, and then the Lordsworn that are involved. Oh my, I see Michelle's card again. Oop. Alright. So we have Michelle. The ace is the innocent greenhorn. And the 2 of hearts is Lady Cog. Michelle is very popular. This could be very bad. Well, I mean, she's been dodging so far, but... then Lady Cog. Alright, now to set the scene. So we got nobles, scared, and demanding. I'm starting on work, so the lurk beginneth. Oh, yeah. Man, I feel for you. We're almost halfway through April. I don't know if, like, everything, like, slows down at the end of April for you, or if it continues into May, but... yeah. Good luck. Have a good lurk. I gotta get a lurk redeem set up. I still need emotes. I'm behind in some stuff. I appreciate everybody so much. I want to make sure that I have, you know, things in return, like emotes and stuff. By the way, as far as I can tell, you haven't been dropping, so maybe it was a slight hiccup. Yeah, I still haven't seen any dropped frames, so I guess, I don't know, just a slight dip for some reason. Kind of weird. Almost at the end of this. Okay. Go. The journey home continued on. The sun, low in the sky, persisted no matter how many times it kissed the horizon. It should have been hopeful. Surely, if all was lost, there would be no sun at all. But somehow, that thought didn't bring comfort, as if everyone knew it was a lie. Without access to Lodix's sanctuaries, the company was forced to camp outside for the rest of their time within Lodix's territory. While the weather remained agreeable and the company was used to camping outdoors for days on end, they longed for a night in a soft bed. Just as strong was the yearning for home, to see the grasses of Dalenkin again, and to hear their song in the winds. Just after the new week began, the company spotted a carriage on the road. "That's pretty fancy looking," Innocent Greenhorn remarked. "Must be some lord or baron." Lady Cog's face became hardened. "Nobles. They're hard to deal with on the best of days. This is far from being a good day." The company stepped off the road to let the carriage pass, but it halted after a face poked outside of the window and barked an order at the coachman. 4 people climbed out of the carriage, and their guards, riding on horseback, swung off their mounts to stand near their charges. "You there, are you from the battlefields?" asked one of the nobles, a man dressed in fine clothes that looked not rumpled. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. No, I don't want to link it. Silly. Right. A man dressed in fine clothes that looked rumpled from hours of bouncing in a carriage. "Aye, do you desire news?" Lady Cog answered. "The war is over. The cataclysm has claimed many. You should return to the safety of your homes." "The cataclysm? So it's true then? The gods are dead?" demanded a woman in an embroidered dress. Her makeup was a mess. It looked as if it had been applied in haste, then rubbed at with constant fidgeting. She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, and sure enough, smudges of makeup could be spotted on the white cloth. Alright. Go get my resolution call out because it's just quicker. Ding 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 ding. Okay, so we don't have Wandering Spellblade. We have Lady Cog. We have was Michelle? Who was it? What the fuck again? Michelle and Innocent Greenhorn. Okay. I think, yeah, Michelle has been in all 3 events so far. This might not bode well for her. Hopefully we won't need that. Alright. Roll. Roll for Lady Cog. A 4, a 1, and a 2. Okay, so I really don't want to ding morale. So it is going to have to be a wound and a failure. This ain't gonna go well. Okay, I got a 4 and a 4 and a 2. Okay, I think I'm gonna take +1 morale for sure. And then a success. But the greenhorn is going to have to take a wound. Oh, a 4 and a 1 and a 1. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, Michelle. Okay. So I could take a failure. It'll mean I'll have to roll on the failure table, but I have a 50% chance of nothing bad happening. So I could risk it. Could risk it. Because only 2 people have wounds right now, though. So, like, as long as I'm spreading out the wounds. So 2 1s. I got a plus morale. I could cancel out the +1 morale, so we just simply don't lose or gain morale. So I could take a negative there. And then maybe she'll take a wound. And then I gain a success. That way I don't have to roll on the event failure table. Yeah, I think I'll have to do that, because otherwise I have a 50% chance of nothing happening, or a 50% chance of everybody getting another wound and -2 morale, which would undo my efforts of not losing morale. Alright, so I'll take a -1 morale, so morale is not going to change. This turns into a success, but she does get 1 wound. So everybody in this scene took a wound. And I didn't fail it. And then I'm going to roll for wounds. And then use the bathroom. Okay, now Lady Cog does have a wound already. So, that does suck. Because that puts Lady Cog 1 more to, close one, like, if she gets the 3rd box, that's it. She's incapacitated. Can't be used. She could die. If that's how we wanted to spin it. Alright, not bad. 441. She does also have a prosthetic. I haven't determined, like, I don't know what limb is a prosthetic. I was gonna leave that open, but I think I may have to go ahead and describe what is prosthetic here. I'm gonna say it's oh, you know what? I forgot to add credit. There we go. Killer Flame for the description. Put that here too. I'll say it's one of her legs. Actually, I don't need to put this here yet. I could put it here. Left leg. So her left leg is prosthetic. Okay, so I get a 4 and a 4 and a 1. The reason I brought that up is because a 4 on the body part table is legs. And then we have how complicated. So it could be severe. Or it could be for life. I was thinking if the part of the body is hurt, perhaps something hurts her leg with the prosthetic. So if that's the case, maybe I'll make the wound severe because it would make her unable to like participate in anything combat related. But as for healing, it's barely noticeable. Which is kind of wild because, like, how do you have a severe wound that's barely noticeable, you know? But oh, is that actually misspelled wrong? Interesting. It's misspelled in the book. But that's why I think it's gonna be her prosthetic leg. Something happens to that leg to where she can't use the prosthetic anymore. But like her flesh leg is fine. She would just need like a new like prosthetic leg. And that's why it's like barely noticeable. But it's severe in the fact that she would need to be riding like, they probably have some kind of horse or something to carry supplies and whatnot. So they would probably have to make room for her. Alright. And then the next one is going to be Michelle. Michelle takes a wound. No! London's gonna be sad. London and Killer. Oh yeah, got a 3 and then 2 1s. Oh boy. D4s don't mess around. There's very little middle ground on a D4. Let's see. This is her first wound, so let's see. 3 and 2 1s. Alright, I'm gonna say she gets a concussion. So her head gets hurt. The damage is severe because, you know, concussions can kill you. But she can walk it off for the most part. Did I spell that right? I did not. So. Okay, and now the innocent greenhorn. Downside about using the D4s though, you guys on the camera can't really see the numbers that well because I have the triangle kind. Well, you could probably see this. You can probably see that one a little bit, but you can't see these two. Alright, 2, 1, and 3. My gosh. Everybody had a hard got hit hard by this event. 2, 1, and 3. Alright, so I think I'm gonna pick torso severe, and you can walk it off. Be probably a little hard to walk off a torso. I'm thinking perhaps he gets stabbed. If they get stabbed. Stab wound. Or actually no, stab wound. I mean, stab wound might be a little hard to walk off because that's kind of like a puncture. So maybe just like a slash mark across like the upper chest. Something that wouldn't really impact walking too much. But coulda killed. Got really close to the throat there. Yeah. Okay, so I got the wounds. Morale does not change, and I succeeded. So I can spin this in a successful kind of outcome. And then I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alright, how about that? Or, I gotta train myself to say, thank you for your patience. Let's see. I'm gonna put the collapser here. Like that. Okay. So we came across some nobles. They are scared. They are demanding news and answers. God. Who sounds likely to have started all of this? Goddess of warfare. Oh, more lotion needed. Need good finger feels. Also, more water. Take a swig of water if you haven't. That might have been directed at Cheeky, because I saw that Cheeky was on her computer. Make sure you drink water, bestie. Better get some water. Oh, you better. I'll come after you. I'll come scuttling over. Chase you down. Alright, Wandering Spellblade was not in here, but 3 out of 5 company members just got wounded, so I'm, I'm gonna have the other 2 kind of help support the other 3. Okay, I have water and I took a big drinky. Good. go. That was a bit long there. Oh, well, yeah, a little bit long. Okay, let me just take some water before I read this out loud. Crack my knuckles even though I don't need to. Alright. Yes, the gods are dead, Innocent Greenhorn spat. Thoaris, Nestix, I don't know who else, but they're dead, and that is why the sun refuses to rise over the lands. But how? Who killed them? Who could kill a god? The woman gasped in horror. What are we going to do? It must have been Mavis's people. Her lot have always been bloodthirsty, and Vahir has always profited off of war. The nobles created a clamor with their frightened cries and pleas for answer. But the company had none to give, no comfort to offer. One of the noblemen got in Innocent Greenhorn's face. You, child, I demand you go and inform the estates in the area. They must be told of this cataclysm. We are all in danger. Innocent Greenhorn pushed the man away. I will not. I am no servant of yours. Oh, but you're no servant of Thoaris anymore, right? The man sneered. His guard stepped alongside him, hand on sword hilt. You lot are no more than a mercenary company. No captain, no lord, no god. Innocent Greenhorn swung their fist without thinking. It met the man's nose, which crumpled easily, and the man reeled backwards onto the ground. Chaos immediately broke out as the guards pushed past their charges and steel clashed. When the dust settled, both sides had seen blood. Are you all right? Wandering Spellblade steadied Michelle, who had taken a nasty blow to the head and was struggling to stay upright. I think so. Still have my skull's contents inside of it, she gasped, still trying to blink the world back into stillness. I think I'll be fine with some rest, but please, watch me through the night. I fear the darkness may take me if I'm not careful. All but one of the nobles were fine, aside from the man with a broken nose. 2 guards were dead and 2 others were severely wounded. They would live if the convoy decided to nurse their wounds and leave. We are sorry, one of the women said. We're just afraid. The world is changing rapidly. I don't know what the morrow holds for us all. No one ever does, Lady Cog barked. She was leaning on Atticus's shoulder. Her prosthetic leg lay off to the side, twisted awkwardly at the knee. The stump of her thigh was exposed, but there didn't seem to be any blood through its padding, and so she carried on. You lot need to take your dead and return home. The world was dangerous before, but now it is deadly. There will be others like you, scared and desperate, but they will lack the mercy we show you now. The woman nodded and the party began handling their affairs or tending to the wounded guards. Help. There was a wheezing moan, and the company turned to Innocent Greenhorn, who was laying on the ground. They hurried over, but despite the blood, the wound wasn't fatal. A sword had caught them across the upper region of their chest, but the blade had missed their throat. It was bloody and would need to be kept clean to prevent infection from reaching the heart, but as long as they didn't strain themselves, the wound would heal. You're lucky, kid, Lady Cog murmured, shaking her head. You nearly wound up back with Lodix's people, if they forgave us enough to send our spirits to the eternal harmony's rest. I'm sorry, I just couldn't let him keep saying such things, the Greenhorn sobbed. I'm sworn to Thoaris. I always will be, even if he's gone. The company patched their wounds and moved on, away from the noble's carriage. They didn't want to risk another confrontation, and the 2 grave markers on the side of the road were perfectly silhouetted against the weak light of the sun, a grim reminder that after the cataclysm, all were lost and afraid. Okay, it is now 12 o'clock. I just hit the 3-hour mark. Trying to decide, do I want to continue on? I was hoping to be done with week 2 today, but ooh, that first event just hit so good. I'm a little worried too that I could start one, but I don't want to leave off in the middle. However, I did only do 2 events. I might go for another. But I do need to get more water. And I want to go ahead and maybe get the oven preheated. Maybe Cheeky can help me with that. Getting my lunch in the oven, because my lunch is going to take an hour to cook. So hopefully, in theory, right as I wrap up stream, I can eat my lunch. So yeah, I'll be right back. Just give me a moment. I'm going to go get more water. Alright, I'm back. And yay, Cheeky's gonna put my pot pie in the oven. Shout out to my bestie. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh wait, yeah, so I'm going to try to power through week 2, event 2. All right. Back to the journey home. Gotta say, y'all can't see it, but off on this side, outside of the window capture for Obsidian, I have it's still Obsidian, but I put the rule book in Obsidian, so it's been very nice. I can't really do that with Loa because Loa is too big of a book. Lordsworn is just a 92-page book, but Loa is 320 pages. With like color artwork and stuff. So Obsidian would be having a hard time, needless to say. But for smaller games like this, it's very handy because I have the rulebook right here. Teehee. Okay. So we're gonna clear these. Clear that. Alright, so we are still week 2, event number 2. The theme is desperate, so I'm gonna roll on the desperate tables. So this is where things start moving. Oh, London raid. Hello. Wow, so soon. Holy cow. Yeah. Did I get it right on the first try? I did. Yay. Woohoo. Shout out to London. London Station. Hello everybody. I'm Zachary, your friendly waypoint in the Vale. Oh, his speaker's muted. I am your friendly waypoint in the Vale. I hop around through the Vale to travel to different worlds and dimensions and hear their stories, learn their stories and stuff. I'm non-binary, you can go by they, them. I am currently dressed up for my Lordsworn game. Lordsworn is a solo TTRPG. I got the link in the pinned message. Oh. Yeah, it's the concept of the game is that you play as a company of soldiers, basically a couple of sworn members of a company who are sworn to a god, but the god has died in a battle, and the captain of your company has also died. And then you start on a 4-week journey to return home. And to do that, you roll on different tables, and then you get a scene spark, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm creating a scene spark. And then you do a resolution mechanic. So you roll some dice to figure out, does morale go up and down? Does anybody take wounds? And like, do you succeed or fail at the event? And failure can result in more wounds and more drops in morale. And if your morale hits 0, that's game over. And then you would proceed to the epilogue. So you can see we're at 6 morale. We started at 8. And then as for wounds, we have 5 characters since I'm playing solo. If you get 3 on a character, that character is incapacitated, basically. You can't use them in events. You can say they're dead. You don't have to say they're dead, but they are basically useless in events and stuff. So yeah, London, this is where I have to unfortunately tell you that Michelle has taken a wound. She got a concussion in the event that I just did. Also, I don't know if you were here, but Killer Flame gifted a sub to you. Yeah. No, yeah, you were here for that. Yeah. So we added onto your character. I mean, it's not your character, but you named the character. So it's like you two are creating and giving life to this character, which is really cool. That was funny to listen to in real time. So yeah. But she's doing okay. She has a concussion, but she's doing alright. I don't know if you were here. Oh, you were. I guess you were. I'm so sorry, because I was like, oh no, wait. I remembered that you thanked Killer for the gift sub. So I was like, oh no, wait. Obviously you were here because you thanked him. Yeah, I'm doing great. So yeah, we just wrapped up the event. We encountered some scared nobility on the road. It resulted in a battle. All 3 of the Lordsworn that participated in the event took a wound. Which, speaking of, I need to shuffle this card pile. So it looks like we got the green horde again. Let's see. Atticus, Greenhorn, and that is probably the Wandering Spellblade because we did not use. So apparently, a session without Michelle. Michelle had been in every event we had up until now. Atticus, Greenhorn, and then Spellblade. Yeah, so Innocent Greenhorn and Wandering Spellblade have not been named yet. I do have a point redeem to name a piece of lore, so you could name one of those two characters if you'd like. And I also have a thing where if you make a contribution, you know, no pressure or anything, but if you were to do something like Ko-Fi or contribute to one of my throne items, because all of my throne items are set up for crowdfunding, so you don't have to get the whole thing. If you don't want to, you can contribute a little bit. And then you would get to do more than name a character. You could tell me what they look like or what their personality is. Alright, so event 2 is going to be the theme of panicked. So I'm rolling on the no, not panicked. Wait, hold on, I gotta back up. It's desperate. I hadn't changed this yet. Desperate. So I have to roll in the desperate tables. Three, so castle for entity. I suppose those nobles had to come from somewhere. Got a 6. Ooh, afflicted. 7. Scavenging. Ooh. That doesn't sound very good. What is going on there? Castle afflicted, scavenging. Okay. I'm just gonna lean back and think about this one. Let's see, let me go up to the list of the gods again. Is there anyone that deals with, like, sickness or health or something? Oh, let's see. There is one, but that might be a little, like, I got an idea for some kind of, like, affliction or something, but that might be a little too dark even for this stream, so I'll just pass that one. Let's see. Oh, well, there is Vaher. Vaher I mentioned earlier as being a possible antagonist or bad side in the war that caused the cataclysm, because he is the god of the forge, mountains, and trade, but he is also god of healing. So maybe Vaher also died in the cataclysm. And so perhaps healers in that faith, their healing power has failed. They no longer have the divine healing powers that they are used to wielding, their power has fizzled out because Vahir has also died. Because it did say that the cataclysm, multiple gods had died, not just ours. London, were you here? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember who was here. Killer was here. But the god of writing died. Yeah, I think you might have missed it. I think you left already. I looked to see who I rolled to see who this one company, because we met another company that was sworn to another god, and so I rolled to see who it was, and I got the goddess of writing. So I was like, well, that's funny. We were just talking about writing group and stuff and getting hyped about writing. and then I killed the god of writing. Okay. Alright, so okay. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I got this. This is gonna be a little grim, I think. I'm working so hard, guys, to keep everybody in this company alive and bring them home so that we can have a hopeful ending of healing and stuff. Excuse me. I'm trying. I'm thinking that it is likely we may lose one person. I can't lose less than 3, or like more than 3 people. Let's see, journey home. Rest the wounds. There are less than 3 total remaining Lordsworns. The company is broken. It immediately moves to epilogue. Yeah. Less than 3. So 2 or 1 people. Yeah. Okay. So let me write the scene up. gonna roll real quick. Let me see who else. Which other god died? Okay. Set the scene. The company knew something was wrong when a castle appeared in the distance. At first, they assumed it was the origin of the nobles they had met on the road. But when they saw what surrounded the castle's front gate, they quickly realized they assumed it incorrectly. For surely, the nobles would have mentioned the situation they had left. Would have mentioned a situation before them, had they left this castle. It was the plague. Atticus, wandering Spellblade, turned to the man with a face of dawning horror. Who else fell during the cataclysm? The other deities. Who else fell? The Walrus, Nestix, Mitaris, and... Atticus paled. Vaher. The mention of Vaher the other day from the noble's lips hadn't triggered the memory, but the sight of burning corpse piles and cobbled-together huts and shacks outside of the castle's front gates did. Vaher was indeed the ally of Mavos, and the pair had ridden into battle with great enthusiasm, but Mavos hadn't considered the possibility of Vaher falling, or any deity at all, and the battle had ended as quickly as it began, with Mavos retreating like a coward. And Vaher. The healers and clerics, their magic comes from Vaher. Wandering Spellblade spoke the realization out loud. Those poor people, they have no chance. You think this castle is beholden to Vaher? Innocent Greenhorn asked. So much for patching me up. We haven't seen a plague in well over a century, Atticus said. Vaher's people had made great advancements in healing and the prevention of mass illnesses. To see this sight means that they either had no protective measures or... their healing magics are gone. Spellblade's words hung in the air. Okay. Let me go grab my resolution block. There is an action of scavenging there, but I already know that I'm gonna work that into the resolution scene. Because I'm sure you might have guessed already if there's like a little shanty shacks and stuff out there. I am sure there are inhabitants of those. Alright, going to clear this. Michelle is not in this scene. I'll just put Atticus here. Greenhorn can stay, and then we will put Spellblade. I just dribbled water all over me. Alright, we'll do Wandering Spellblade first. A 2, a 1, and a 1. Oh no. We are not off to a great start. We are... Oh. Man. That's not good. 2, a 1, and a 1. Alright, well... Well, the 2 is gonna go into 1 wound. Let's see. Whoa. Alright, the Wandering Spellblade doesn't have any wounds, so that's good. The one who cannot get a wound right now is Lady Cog. Lady Cog is not in this scene though, so we don't have to worry about her unless we fail the event. And we roll wounds. Oh, okay, no. She still wouldn't get it because she's not here in the spotlight. So she's safe. We must protect Lady Cog. And then yeah, okay. So it's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. 1 wound. And then everything else is just gonna be a -1 and a failure. Oops, I did not want to open Innocent Greenhorn. These are linked here just so that when I change their names, it'll automatically change their names for me. Very handy, I thought. Alright, Innocent Greenhorn. Yeah, see a 4, a 2, and a 1. Innocent Greenhorn has 1 wound. But we did just suffer a morale and a failure. Oh, I may need to take a morale hit. So I think the 4 is going to have to go into a success. So that we can try to succeed. So, and then put the 2 in 1 wound, because a 1 is 2 wounds, so I won't put it there. And then morale is just -1. Oh, but we lost. That's -2. Okay, I better hope. I'm gonna hope I can get 2 success. Like I can get a success and a +1 morale. It's gonna be. Oh, I'm risking a lot here. Oh, I risked it for nothing. Oh, okay, I got a 3, 2, 1. Oh. Alright, so morale 0. The 3 has to go in morale. I cannot take 3 hit shot to morale. And that unfortunately means this is going to be a failure. And this is going to be 1 wound. Oh, ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Failure. Oh, man. Alright, now, so everybody took a wound. Oh, let's start with the Wandering Spellblade. Four, 1, 1. Do kind of wish that the injury tables were a little bit more like expanseful, but then you wouldn't be able to roll like a d4 on them, so it would kind of because this is a d4 game based on the caltrop system, so you know they want to stick with the d4s. But I'm like, oh, it's the head again. Woo. Alright. So I got a 4 and a 1 and a 1. I mean, the wounds are mostly kind of like flavor. And like you just kind of consider how it impacts the characters and stuff. Kind of helps build into your story. So mechanically they don't really have too much of an impact. Oh, let's see. 4, a 1 and a 1. I'm trying to think of something that's not like the other injuries, which is why I was like, oh, I wish this was a little more expansive, because like I don't want to repeat the same injury. Let's see. Oozing sores. True. True. It doesn't necessarily have to be a human inflicted wound. Thank you. That helps. Let's see. That never heal. Alright, so then yeah, complicated is a healing. That could be one because that is for life. And then location. So I think it's gonna be on the head. But how bad is the wound? It's just a flesh wound. Alright. Cool. So yeah, that can be related to the plague. Alright, next up will be, who was it? Greenhorn. Ugh. We're gonna have to protect the kid, the greenhorn, because now they are at 2 wounds. Oh, a 3, 2, 1. Yeah. D4s are no joke. 3, 2, 1. Probably the same kind of thing, I think. It's gonna be on their arms. Theirs are gonna be kind of bad. But also for life. Perhaps they caught an infection, like the sores kind of made like a nasty infection. So they were sick for a little longer. Oop, I did not want that. Delete. Okay, and then the other was Atticus. Oh, poor Atticus. Maybe Atticus will get by. I got a 4, 2, 1. Oh, no. Okay, so 4, 2, 1. Okay. Yeah, gonna be kind of similar, but gonna be on the torso. And it's just a flesh wound, so it's not too bad. If anything, they'll have scarring. Okay. Oh, it's not looking so good. We may lose somebody next week. Oh, that's so sad. I don't want to lose anybody. It's gonna be so sad. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom again because I've been staying hydrated. We will type up this resolution and then I'll wrap up the stream for today, so I'll be RB. Alright, let's see how this plays out. I still failed. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Let me read this out. As terrible as it was, the company had little choice than to continue. Had little choice but to continue on their way past the castle. They couldn't risk catching whatever plague was ailing the residents. But before the castle was out of sight, a pair of children came running up from a nearby farm. "Excuse us, can we have some food?" they asked, hands out and open. They seemed well enough, Their faces were clean, though their hands were dirty. Wandering Spellblade couldn't resist. "Here, children, take this," they said, and gave them enough for their parents, too. "It hasn't rained in a while. Take this too," said innocent Greenhorn, who offered a skein of water, "in case your well is dry." The children gleefully thanked them and ran back to the farmhouse. Atticus, who had been nearby, couldn't resist a soft smile. The tattoos that ran across the arms and necks of his fellow companions were glowing. Though Aris may have been gone, but the vow they swore was still alive. Maybe there was hope yet, after all. 2 days later, everything had proven him wrong. The children were infected with the plague, or were at least carriers of it. Sores had erupted across Wandering Spellblade and Innocent Greenhorn, and Atticus, who hadn't even interacted with the children directly, also sprouted some across his chest. For several days, Innocent Greenhorn dipped in and out of a fever, but Michelle and Lady Cog were unable to aid them, so it was up to Atticus to care for them as well as himself. Eventually, this illness came and went, and the trio was able to travel again. Whatever the illness was, it left their mark. Wandering Spellblade and Innocent Greenhorn continued to nurse sores that insisted on oozing, while Atticus had escaped the worst of it. His chest would bear the scars for the rest of his life. As for the children, it was likely their parents had already died. They just hoped that perhaps, the children had been spared the same fate. Okay, now I do need to also go back because I just remembered that I failed this event and I need to roll on the event failure table. Oh boy, guys. I have a 50-50 chance of nothing affecting me. Also, I need to remember to dock my morale points. I got really wrapped up in the wounds. Okay. Alright, here we go. I need to roll a 3 or a 4. Ah, I got a 3! Yes! I got a 3! Okay, alright. Yay me. Oh, everything still kind of sucks. But okay, so I just need to dock 2. We are at 4 morale, guys. Oh. If I had rolled a 2, or if I had rolled a 1, this would be a 2. Okay. Also, let me go ahead and strike these through. Can I do that together? Yes, I can. Okay. So we have finished week 2. We are halfway home. We have 4 morale. We really need to gain morale. But the downside too is that I still need to negate wounds because Lady Cog, Atticus, and the Innocent Greenhorn are at risk of like dying or becoming incapacitated. So like they could be either like mentally broken, they could be they could lose, complete total use of some kind of function, physical function. Like maybe they can't walk any longer, but they don't have a horse or something, so they have to leave them behind. Maybe they leave because they just can't take it anymore. Either way, they are removed from gameplay. And I really want all 5 of them to make it home. But I am going to have to roll really well, I think. For like... Oh, let's see. I got 2 weeks left. That's 2 events per week. So that's 2 times 4. 2 times 4? No, 2 times 2 is 4. So I have 4 events to roll. And I have to roll for 3 characters. Oh. It's going to be so hard, guys. Ooh. It's like you're managing dwindling resources. The morale is dwindling, and then like your physical capability is dwindling. And once we're out of like physical capability, then your characters start dwindling. I gotta at least try to keep Atticus alive. Atticus, Michelle, and Lady Cog. They gotta live. Innocent Greenhorn and Wandering Spellblade don't have names yet. Oh man, okay. Alright. Whew. Whew. Gonna wrap that up, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. It has been fantastic. I know this is a bit of a heavier game, but that's why it's kind of nice to play this in the morning, or at least it's morning for me. And because I still have the whole day ahead of me. Woo. Yeah. Emotional. Alright. So, Cassie is... Hey, this has been a trip. Yeah, it sure has. Like, I thought there was going to be a greater chance of survival when I first started playing. But now I see that, oh yeah, no, the D4 are not nice. They're not kind. But okay. So Cassie is back to their birthday donathon, so we're gonna go over there. They're playing something called Dungeons of Hinterberg. I have no idea what that is. I've never heard of it. So we're gonna go right over there for some chill Sunday, and if you hang around in the stream, you can redeem mana blooms for a cookie raffle. So you could win 24 handmade, crafted, baked with love cookies. And they are like, what is it? They are being contended for. People are fighting for them. They are redeeming their blossoms to get raffle tickets. Okay, so let's see. I have a raid message. Alright, let me get that going. So yeah, thanks everybody again for coming. The next time I stream, is gonna be Tuesday. I don't know what it's gonna be yet. It's gonna be something, but you could follow, join the Discord too, to get that kind of news, or follow me on Blue Sky, and I'll post my schedule at some point today, I think. Until then, thank you everybody for coming. Start the raid. And yeah, safe travels through the veil. Bye bye.